So finally, the 5,000 net worth advantage does decrease by around 1,000. But it's still the Doom who has a Radiance. 9,000 net worth at that 15-minute mark against the Timbersaw. The Ursa Warrior, 7,500 net worth advantage. As it does feel... I mean, it does feel like it's really hard. I'm not exactly sure of what the game plan is going to be. Quite frankly, they need to take team fights, but then again, you also have Monza who's farming away on the Naga Siren. And needs a lot of time. He'll be able to get to that Manta style, which is always going to be good. It will increase his farming capacity, you'll have more mana, you'll have more agility, you'll have these illusions up, you can also dodge away that bushwhack. Maybe even, or rather, guaranteed dispel on that silence. But will you be able to outrun the Doom? Will you be able to outrun the Ursa Warrior, who has a Blink Dagger at that 16-minute mark with the Battle Fury? You know, it's already paid off 50% of its investment value.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Leon from Pandava 5, the Timbersaw, I mean, he can hold this tier 2 tower for quite a long time, right? He has enough AoE damage for that, has the Kaya up 2, so his 2-0 and 2 score, it doesn't actually propel him any further in the net worth chart, but it does give him, you know, the farm for this Kaya, the spell amplification he has. As Jarem is going to be a very easy kill for the Ursa as long as you have the setup for that bushwhack coming in. Every single time there is that setup, that is a kill confirmed. Void Spirit is going to be inside of that Dream Coil. He does go back. As Butterfly Effect. Will also jaunt away. Leon is going to be able to take out, or rather is going to be taken out by the Ursa. Again, it's that setup, right? Bushwhack plus the Ursa Warrior, pretty easy to land those swipes. As Butterfly Effect, he does jaunt towards the other side. Bushwhack, or rather, no, he gets lifted up into the air. Ether Remnant is going to be there. As Azure is able to pick up or secure the kill on Butterfly Effect. The response though comes in from the Ursa Warrior. Yukio able to take out all of these. Jarem not too long for this world. As an 8,000 net worth advantage keeps getting built up. It seems like Pandava 5, they can't catch a break. As a Doom comes out on towards Azure. This Void Spirit is dead to rights even though he has the Essence Ring. Double S doesn't even want to chase after him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Leon, is he going to be able to find something in response is the big question. Turns out he won't.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Void Spirit goes in, Hoodwink goes up into the air with the Astral Step. And it will go down. A 3-man Dream Call does come out, but there's no follow-up coming in so far. But Butterfly Effect, or rather, it's Yukio who goes in. Will be able to take out Jarem, but a Naga Siren song comes out, and it'll be Yukio stuck inside of the Ether Remnant. Will get taken out to the Whirling Blade of that Timbersaw. Lloyd is also gonna be used up as the Doom comes in with that Radiance, has that BKB available, forces out the egg just to be able to go back, and the Puck has been able to take out the Phoenix. Monza, no more HP available on this Naga Siren, but has the silence on the Puck. will be able to take him out at the very least, thanks to the Void Spirit. But at the end of the day, Olivie is potentially going to fall to a very chaotic team fight, and I'm not exactly too sure of who comes out ahead, as it does feel like it's a 3-for-3. But Jairim also went down earlier, so it was a 4-for-3 in that regard. I mean, we'll see as the fight recap comes about. No, it's actually going to be a 4-for-4 with the side of Pandava 5 able to gain a significant advantage, but at the same time, the Void Spirit is the majority winner of all of that gold, right? 700 going in his pocket, and the same can be said for the Doom. 450 to go his way. He also gets about 2,000 experience, so this is a level 17 Doom at that 20-minute mark. This is a level 17 Doom at the 20-minute mark. Holy moly, this is pretty interesting. Yukio, Enrage activated. Will not be able to get back. There's no way he can. As the rest of Pandava 5, they jump in. Clove is also going to be the casualty, as the Enchantress is going to be the last one to go down. Inside the Chakram has nowhere to go. That is going to be 3 easy kills that Pandava 5 have acquired. Oh, Yule's coming out on Butterfly Effect. This could be the 3rd or rather 4th casualty. He does have a Blink Dagger available and will be able to jaunt away. Uses his
turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this special cast here today. We've got ourselves a pretty interesting matchup here. Roar against Pandawa 5, and as some of us may have seen in the standings, Roar was supposed to take this in a clean 2-0. They were the better team. They were the favorites going into this, but Pandawa, who have yet to win a series, coming in and really making a case for themselves here. As I am Plate, you guys haven't seen me in a long time. I haven't casted Lunar Trophy, you know, the last time I was casting it, we called it Lunar Snake Trophy. I think that was Season 2 or something was the last time I was here. Nice to see everybody back in again, and excited to work with Cringe Station one more time. Unfortunately, Toltrus's power went out, so called in the cavalry, the Canadian cavalry, the Mounties, as we are called. We're back into it. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. We got ourselves Silencer and Hoodwink as the support matchups against the Phoenix Rubik. These are, I would say, the most common support duos that we currently have in the game. Maybe Lion, you can put that hero in the list, and really besides that, Clockwork is also a pause 5 that we also have had the pleasure of seeing every now and then. But it feels like the Phoenix, the Rubik, the Hoodwink, the three big supports that it feels like you see in every single game. So standard. They just do so much damage. Rubik with Essence Distiller is way too good. Now, Silencer's a nice counter though. Stop the egg. You can stop the Void Spirit from getting away from you. And in combination with Puck, not a lot of people really think about the synergy, but Waning Rift Silence does last for, a few seconds. And when you Arcane Curse, you come into the Puck lane, you drop the Arcane Curse, you get the Waning Rift on top, and you reapply that Arcane Curse again. The damage adds up to about 50 or 80 damage, depending on what level the curse is, on top of that Waning Rift as well, just an additional damage. Really adds up. Now, Roar, obviously, it's pretty straightforward where everything is going. The Puck is mid, the Axe is offlane, the Wind Ranger is carry. We'll see what Pandawa 5 want to counter this with. Void Spirit is not necessarily the weakest mid laners and does have that favorable matchup into Puck. We'll see exactly what can happen there, but Alchemist is a hero that has been changed. I do want to talk about it. The Alch is a lot less, you don't really buy the first item Aghanim Scepter anymore. They did nerf the GPM on the hero, the first item Aghanim Scepter purchase. Obviously, you no longer get +6 max Grievel's Greed stacks on your Aghanim Scepter. There's now only 3, so it got halved, and this does really reduce the sort of Aghanim Scepter rushing Alchemists that we were seeing. I think a lot of the times now people are just playing Alchemist for the sake of it being an Alchemist. You get your Radiance, you get your Blank, you get your BKB, and then your itemization sort of transfers from there, whether or not you want to build AC, Scotty. We've seen Silver Edge. Likely we'll see a Silver Edge this game against the Axis game. Maybe even a Bloodthorn to help with the Wind Ranger. We've got Manta Style possibly on the table for the Global Silence and the Puck. A lot of different itemizations you can go with for this Alchemist. And again, when you just have so much more net worth, it doesn't really matter the tools that Roar have. Likely will not be able to kill you. But the one problem that I have with this Alch is the lane is really hard. Axe is a Alchemist enjoyer, only in that you just pop Blood Grenade or the Battle Hunger on him, you run at the Alchemist, and I don't really think there's a lot that all of EVB can really do to stop SS from running at Alchemist, especially with the help of a Hoodlink. The moment that you get any sort of, bushwhack into call, the creep wave is there, you have a couple of ways of stopping a Phoenix dive in the middle of it. I feel like Axe should be good enough to call during the dive. It's a lot of things that you do have to worry about, though. To be fair, there is a lot of damage on Phoenix, so we'll see exactly what goes on. And I apologize, you're about to see something incredibly unprofessional. And this is just what happens when you are asked to cast last minute and you forget about it. Butterfly effect here. Roar against Pandawa, I believe is how you say it. Nah, I apologize. Obviously, if that's not how you pronounce it, who knows? Who knows, really? I apologize, I have to get one thing. Hold on. Hold on. Boom. There we go. We got the overlay fixed.
30 seconds to battle.
Alright, so the observer ward gets cleaned up immediately. I guess the smoke broke and that was kind of what gave it away. But, you know, the thing about these smoke plays is that there's a lot of different theories about what you can do with your first smoke into the river, whether or not you want to go as 5 and invade from a wacky angle, or just, you know, try to support and get these, you know, river runes. But unfortunately, SS may have, you know, been cosplaying as the Icarus a little bit too much. He flew a little bit too close to the sun, and Yahim will get the first kill. Butterfly effect, not able to really help SS there, and I don't really blame him. I mean, you know, when your axe just walks into 5 heroes like that, it's pretty tough to kind of do anything important or helpful, meaningfully helpful. Bottom line, it does appear to be a position 3 Marcy. Now, this is not common, but it's also not uncommon. The problem is that, you know, you are a melee hero into double ranged, and also a ranged hero can orb walk you as well. This is, of course, the Glaives from Lloyd. Will just be able to sort of walk up at you and hit you a few times, take away your mana, add on to his own damage on top of it. I think what people really don't understand about this stupid glaive thing is that when you're stealing 10 int, you're double dipping the damage that the right click gives you. And not only do you deal magic damage as a percentage of the int you have, but also your right clicks are based on the amount of int you have. You just, like, for every 2 int you're taking, you're just adding 2 damage every time you right click. It really adds up, especially when you get to like the plus 10s. You can see plus 16s even at some point. Now the stacks are not additively cumulative. They do have their own sort of durations, which does make it a lot easier to sort of play around, but you do have to contend with that. Meanwhile, up top, it is, as you know, as I said earlier, Axe does not have a fun time in this lane. You can buy it, you know, you can buy your stick, you can buy your bracers, but, you know, anything to stop this, you know, Soul Ring buy, anything to stop the, you know, the more regen you buy, the more regen we're going to see Monza buy, the slower the Radiance timing. You can see only 4 CS after, I think it's 4 waves at this point. Maybe this is wave 5. Just not, you know, not the way you want to play this game. And also not the way that you really want to set yourself up here. As First Blood is going to be happening bottom. Not First Blood, sorry. That happened earlier on the Axe. Lloyd is taking a full creep wave, lifted back, and it's a double kill for the Rubik with the courier kill on top of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
It all adds up, man. And not only that, but we're seeing Wind lose a whole bunch of creeps. Not that it really matters, but the right clicking is really in the favor of Roar Gaming right now. They are really dominating these last hits.
Courier has fallen.
Olive B obviously taking a lot of damage as well, as the Battle Hunger is going to be able to come out. SS is walking up as well. It's a double point in Battle Hunger, and I believe that is going to mean Olive B here dies. No, the Battle Hunger doesn't do enough damage. Had the Fairy Fire in the back pocket, but without any HP on that Phoenix, you can see Monza immediately taking a lot of damage. Not as much damage as Acorn Shot does, though, and I think Monza's going to go down. The tree gets plopped down. Monza, one last right click, is going to be coming and get punched in the face by SS, and yeah, 8 CS on this Alchemist. The Phoenix is just not the kind of hero that can really contend with the amount of damage that's being dealt in this lane, and I really don't know exactly what your plan is going to be to stop this Axe. He's got a casual ring of health. It's not a casual ring of health, it's a Vanguard actually, and a 4-minute Vanguard on an Axe does mean that you can literally do whatever you want, as the call is going to be able to cut. No, there's no call. Olive B getting chased down. SS again with the Vanguard. Doesn't have to really be worried about anything, but bottom line, there was a kill again on Silencer. A lot of trades happening around the map, and again, you know, this Vanguard makes SS impervious to, you know, creep wave damage, to any damage that the Alchemist is going to do. It's just going to be able to regen up all of this HP and, you know, get that blade mail timing early with some creep cutting shenanigans that he possibly could do. Or not, you know, the other option is, on this axe, you could just kind of sit there in the wave, not creep cut, and force SS to be in a very uncomfortable position. Middle lane, Puck is not dominating this matchup. You know, Butterfly Effect is a very proficient, prolific Puck player, one might even say. Does have to worry about taking some bad trades though, especially against a hero like Void Spirit. But it's really just a matter of who gets level 6 first, and I don't really know who it's going to go down to. I think the Void will get level 6 first, obviously has more denies. We'll likely get it after this creep here, and you know, the battle of the bottle, the battle of the middle rune is going to be coming in deep, but here comes a rotation down on top of Kismet. Olive B is coming down here. Karim dies, and Olive B will help get a kill as Lloyd also perishes to that rotation from the Phoenix, but it's the middle lane you got to look at right now, and unfortunately it looks like this Void is going to get that rune. Has some bottle charges to work with. Clove is coming, but can't clove the gap. Amazing. Amazing. Level 6 on SS soon, probably after this creep wave, and you know, when that happens, it doesn't matter who you are, you gotta be careful. Yeah, he knows, he's got this level 6 ready to go. Monza will actually get that last hit to stop the battle hunger. Yeah, 50 CS on Axe and counting at this point. I'm kind of curious why Clove left top lane. It feels like you probably could have had a lot more kill potential on Hoodwink, especially because you have this vessel that's completed early, or this urn that's completed early. Maybe get level 6 first. Look to make a play happen there. But, you know, for as much as Roar has been doing, the wind has really been struggling and will continue to get dove, just not able to find any sort of respite. Void Spirit keeps putting the pressure. They know that Kismet is probably going to be the way that you win this game, if not the way that you win this game. Phoenix can't get himself out of this one.
Radiant's bottom tower
May as well buy out, but yeah, he will burn out to the Arcane Curse. Barely, but it does happen. And they also get a kill up top as well. SS gets his first stack of Culling Blade.
Dire's top tower is under siege. Radiant's bottom tower is under siege.
And he is farmed.
Dire's top
He is so
tower
farmed.
being attacked.
4,500 net worth at 8 minutes. Alchemist is sitting... Oh my gosh, what are you doing?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess he's level 6. They're gonna TP the Rubik up here too. SS now in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of magic damage that you do have to work with here, but again, those right clicks are not the things that are going to be doing a lot of damage. Trying to get the TP out. Can he quite get it? Yes, he can. You want it to be, you know, even more accurate. Could have popped the Lotus before he went for the TP, but obviously happy to get out of that situation. Mass TP's bottom. Himmel,
Radiant's top tower
the highest
is
net
under
worth hero
siege.
on
Dire's
Pandawa
bottom
at this
tower is
point,
being
obviously subject to change as Alchemist is
attacked.
hitting
Radiant's
creeps
top
and is
tower
in the
being
pool.
attacked.
Butterfly effect here as well, but won't drop the Dream Coil. Instead it's going to make that TP back into the mid lane, and I think, you know, Clove pinging this tower bottom, he definitely wants to get something on the map. It hasn't been a tower taken so far for either team, and this is about the time that you'd want to do so, but Clove gonna get picked off here. One combo does it. Not even a full combo, didn't have to use Disposed at Himmel. The next little bit of this game is going to be waiting for Axe to get the Blade Mail Blink combo. Phase boots on top of that, probably. And then, you know, Himmel gets another kill on top of Kismet. I believe that was with the Rubik rotation. Another thing you're kind of waiting for right now is, you know, level 6 on your supports. You'd want that before level 10 typically, but, you know, at this point you've been making so many rotations that it's kind of hard to get that done.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
being
Monza
attacked.
doesn't have... He actually might be in a considerable amount of trouble. But will be saved by the bell as Himmel comes in. The Marcy does not want to let the Alchemist go away in vain.
Tower is under siege.
And with that dispose, gives Monza the last right click for the last pickoff. And a nice recovery from Dire so far. Pandawa have really, you know, they turned a really bad lane into something
Dire's middle tower is
playable.
under attack.
Which is not very easy to do. Alchemist is starting to storm back in a really big way. It feels like SS has kind of lost this momentum at this point. So many people are dying on his team. His rotation to the bottom lane is the, you know, Blade Mail gets finished, but for what purpose? And Hamble again chasing down Kismet. Just kills after kills after kills in this bottom lane. At some point, you'd think that you wouldn't keep going down here on the Wind Ranger. You know, you might want to abandon the lane. Maybe push top,
Radiant's bottom
make a
tower
play
is
there,
under
but
attack.
instead they find a
Dire's
very
under
important
siege.
kill on the WTS-ACC.
Radiant's bottom tower is under siege. Radiant's bottom tower has been destroyed.
With the stolen power shot on
Dire's
Jareem,
tower has been
Areem.
destroyed.
Fade Bolt as well. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be super hard to push this middle tower. And these stacks obviously a godsend for the Alchemist players in the game. Very nicely done that they didn't overstack the triangle. I think when you have an Alch on your team, you kind of just like want to... You don't want to stack the big stuff. You want to stack the stuff that's really easy to kill. Small camps, small camps are the best camp to stack, in my opinion, when you have an Alch on your team. I think Ancients are playable, but not the best as Faceless. That's not Faceless. The Void Spirit dies again, and then stack is taken. The one problem you do have with stacking against an Axe, specifically, is that he can kind of just go in and clear them. Blade Mail and the Vanguard really help with doing that too, so it's, you know. But big rotations in this bottom lane. Again, just finding this wind, disposing, and you can't get enough time to get yourself away. Nobody's TPing to help. It feels like this wind is just on an island and they're saying, Kismet, dude, can you stop dying, man? But he can't. They're bringing numbers. They have deep wards. They have the good vision. They have the blink on Kismet. They have
Dire has
the gap
fortified
closed as well.
structures.
Maybe something can be done, right? Maybe, you know, you're trying to siege this middle tower, but there's no way that Pandawa are going to give this tower up. It's just not in their wheelhouse. Keeping this middle tower alive is what is enabling their rotations to this bottom lane. The fact that they feel confident with the amount of map presence that they have to be able to make those deep plays behind or on the other side of the enemy river. Right? Like, you don't want to be on your side of the river when you feel like you're in a winning position with all the momentum carrying you. But the smoke counter smoke plays coming in this top lane. Monza's gonna get picked here. Have the blade mail on Axe. The smoke is gonna break, but they do end up finding the Axe. Dispose is not gonna be able to come in time, and the mass TPs are gonna be out with the global silence. But they get the stun. It's a nice play by Monza to get the stun onto SS. They'll at least get that pick off. And they keep the Alchemist alive, the most important part of this play. So, you know, SS, clearly the one that was supposed to be dominating this position, but didn't have the team to really help him. Butterfly Effect wasn't there. Kismet wasn't, you know, obviously in the position to come up as well.
Radiant's middle tower
Terrible
is being
situations that continue to develop. And pretty bad situations in my opinion. Just not the way that you really want things to be going. You know, obviously you want things to transpire in your benefit. But like, what is really the benefit of Pandawa right now? Like, what is your game plan? That's kind of my thought process. Roar have what I would consider to be the easier sort of idea of a game to play. They have the wind carry. Oh my gosh, there's nobody gets out. Yeah, no, power shot cleans it up. But you know, wind carry. You just get a couple items. You get your Maelstrom, or Mjolnir. You get your BKB. You don't really need much else on this wind. And unfortunately, this wind is going to get caught again. Second Astral has been committed. Trying to get away, but the blink counter initiation is there. Catches both supports on the backline with the two-man Dunkaritos. Don't get the dunk, but they will kill the egg. The right clicks are there. TP out. Do they have a Dream Coil? No, they do not. They'll happily take both supports. They also get the position 3. And Kismet dies again. But, you know, at this point, Kismet dying is kind of like something that's about, you know, bound to happen. We are seeing Monza go for the old school, or I guess the patch, Aghanim set there early. Wants to give it to Void Spear. Probably Blink Call is going to be able to catch the Rubik, but Butterfly Effect, can he get away? Maybe he doesn't want to get away. Maybe he wants to get in. The stun's going to be able to chase the puck over. They have the wind run. The global stun's going to be committed as here comes Kismet. Revenge of the wind. And unfortunately, this Alchemist cannot really afford to die, but he does not have a choice. He gets dunked on. Himmel is coming in. Wants a little bit of revenge here. Dispose. SS has that tankiness coming in, but the stuns are going to be able to come in there from Clove and the Shackle as well. Do they have the power shot follow-up? That's a lot of damage. I think they're going to be able to get the dunk as well. SS finding an angle. That is a full team wipe as Roar outclassed Pandawa. They didn't even have a vision advantage. They just pressed buttons better. And that is how you recover in a game of Dota 2 where you were starting to lose your grip, but the kill score is still 16-16, but the problem is, this is a big problem, Roar have that gold lead. They do not have the Alchemist on their lineup. The fact that Alchemist got picked off there before he finished his Aghanim set there, a massive problem. I don't even know why he's building an Aghanim set there, to be honest. I feel like the, you know, Void Spirit eggs is okay. Maybe you're thinking about giving it to the Marcy, though it does the same thing. Like they literally do the same thing. It's an AoE silence. But here comes the grab. Dispose down. Butterfly Effect needs some saves. He's going to be able to get the call down. And Himmel did not use his ulti. Instead, it's going to have to be the egg to try to keep him alive. And it doesn't even. Now they get the Dream Call down onto 2. Here comes Kismet, but they do get the call down on top of the Void Spirit. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, and they don't even commit the dunk. There's no mana for it. Butterfly Effect gets a double. Roar Gaming looking to come back in a very big way here after the sort of slip up earlier on in the game. They had the better CS coming out of lanes, but we're feeding a lot of kills, especially on that wind. But all Wind needed to do, get that Maelstrom, see what can happen. As a casual Falcon Blade, now you're looking at the Also, brother, I guess you don't have the Hyperstone in your inventory because you're scared about getting like blink called by Axe. No, no. I was trying to justify why he had the Hyperstone in the backpack, but he just. Maybe it was because of the. I'm going to think. I think he had it in his backpack because of the axe. You can't have too much attack speed against this guy. He will 100 to 0 you, especially as a wind where you don't have the most HP with this kind of, you know, pure damage automation. But you know, with the Mjolnir, you can't really backpack that to clear waves unless you do. Maybe the game plan is, you know, when you get called backpack Mjolnir, and then you, if you can,
Bottom
while you're
tower is under attack.
stunned. I don't know if you
You're
can.
allowed to start trying.
But-
Bottom tower has fallen.
That might be something. Emil knows he's, you know, Spidey senses are tingling. Maybe his Spidey senses tingled the right way. I think most people would have just farmed that creep wave. You know, you're on a pretty safe, you're on your safe side of the map. Past the triangle, but obviously it doesn't get taken for granted. The dangerousness of the situation, you know, smoke up plays, but the wind is going to be the target here. And Alchemist is nowhere nearby, but unfortunately they do get the global silence off pretty quickly, and the call is going to come down on top of this Void Spirit. He had the Aghanim Scepter synth to buy the Alchemist, so at this point the Alch, not really the scariest hero in the bunch, but they also get that pick off to boot, and the Dream Coil down on top of Himmel. A nice play by Roar Gaming. They knew that there was going to be a play on to Kismet. And this is, you know, when you're a good team and you're a great team, right? When you're a good team, you win games you should win. When you're a great team, you win games that aren't looking the best, right? And at some point, the Dire were starting to come back a little bit. I know this doesn't really look like, oh, the win probability, whatever, but considering the kind of landing stage that you had, and then you started to kind of falter it a little bit, but coming back and like this, I can definitely see why the win probability is up towards 80% now. When you have an 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes against an Alch draft, you are going to be in a very favorable position, and I don't think Sanji and Yasha on Alch is going to fix the problem. In fact, I don't think a lot of items are going to fix the problem. I think the biggest things that are going on right now is just the fact that you're too far behind, right? Like, you maybe on the Dire you can think about
Radiant's middle tower is
getting
under
some
attack.
pick off, and then, you know, Torm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There is a reason why we don't see this itemization on Alchemist anymore. We're kind of seeing it in free time where
Dire's top tower
if you're going to
is
be
being
gifted
attacked.
an Aghanim Scepter, I think by your Alch, you should buy a BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is being attacked. Dire's top tower has fallen.
If you don't have BKB by the time your Alchemist gives you an Aghanim Scepter, I think you're really wasting that itemization. You don't need, most of the time, the best, unless you're a Pango, which you don't really need that, but Alch gets deleted like he's a
Dire's top
creep,
tower is under siege.
pushed too far in the wave. It's just the cost of playing Dota, I guess. And they're going to be able to find this Rubik too. Call is going to come down. Power shots to get the kill as well. So many ways of just, you know, if you think that you have like 200, 500 HP left, how many of these pro players do you know play on the edge, right? They limit test. They're like, oh man, I have an extra 200, 300 HP. I can definitely cast spells. And then you get dunked on or power shot or, you know, hoodwink ults you and then you just die. It keeps happening, man. There's not a lot of respect for the burst damage that comes out when you're so low against this Roar lineup. Not that it's really been a factor, but something to think about.
Dire's bottom tower is under
This middle tower goes
Dire's
down.
bottom tower has been destroyed.
Bottom tower goes down. Middle tower's still alive. I think Kismet is going to clean it up, though. I had to guess.
Not that I care one way or the other. Dire's middle
Dragon
tower
Lance
is
Mjolnir.
under
You do not need many damage items on Wind Ranger to deal damage. You really just need the Mjolnir, and that's basically about it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If feel like you can get away with most stages of the game going for this itemization. Okay, well they're gonna make a play on top of this Void Spirit, and you don't have any save. The egg was committed. It didn't really do anything to stop the, you know, what happened. That shackle was ridiculous. That shackle
Dire's middle tower
was from the low ground. Okay, well, let me be clear about something. The win probability in my brain keeps skewing towards this Radiant lineup. It will not stop. And SS is just getting more kills. Found Himmel in the bottom lane by himself. There's no tower here, so he was just down here for a kill. For as well as Himmel was doing, he was like third or something on the net worth chart. Haven't seen that number go up. That net worth number has stayed stagnant. Marcy is the kind of hero that kind of needs to keep going. You need to keep fighting. You need to keep being ahead. You need to use your ulti on cooldown to get these kills. The moment you stop, the game starts slowing down. Your lack of farming becomes very apparent. WTS will get caught again. Does have a Yule Scepter to keep himself alive. And he does so, but the Dream Coil is going to come out. They just have too much damage. There's no BKB either on Void Spirit. Went for the Mage Slayer instead. I mean, you know, it's decent. Well, when you can't even leave your own base, you know, like you've got 4 people stuck in the base. At this point, what is your game plan? What are you gonna do? Cry, I guess. Aegis will be reclaimed. Not that I think it's gonna stop anything from happening. I think that this tower is a foregone conclusion. The focus fire has been committed as well. And that's a tower. Maybe even get the range racks too. Why not? Kismet knows what's up. But never mind, Void Spirit. Playing with fire, they are going to get the Global Silence down on top of this faceless, this Void Spirit, and he's just going to die again, dude. BKB forced by Kismet. Really nice reaction time. Now maybe Al can get out of there. No, he can't. Double call in the back line while the Alchemist is completely disconnected. The BKB is going to be able to come out from SS. Ignores the egg. Buyback is there from Rubik. They want this axe. They want something for their troubles. That shackle will prevent anything, and the Glimmer Cape out to safety as well. So they get a buyback. They get the kill on the Void Spirit. Tier 3 tower as well. Roar just have too many advantages. There's not enough. You have nothing to keep people in egg. The Void Spirit keeps dying to everything. I think your only chance of playing Void Spirit this game in a meaningful way is buying a BKB. I don't think you're going to have the opportunities that you want to without it. And he doesn't have any Astrals remaining, so he can't even really help Himmel. Not that Himmel could help himself either. Clove looking in the tree line. Gets silenced up, but they do have a stun if they want to throw it out. Yule Scepter gets forced. It's these kinds of pokes and prods, and the fact that Alchemist just has to abandon his team for this next team fight because there's nothing you're doing. The only thing you can do as an Alch in this team fight is kind of just blink in and die. I bet he doesn't really want to do that. They are going to come in with the Void Spirit, but Aeon Disc popped for the puck. The Green Diamonds are not entirely looking the best for Roar. They do have to wait for Dream Coil. It's going to be up in 5 seconds. Focus Fire doesn't have a cooldown. It's going to be up now. And with everybody, you know, everybody has all their ults. See Kismet still just biding their time. But the Alk is in the right spot. He's not farming a jungle, that's obvious. He's farming this bottom lane jungle. He's not showing in the wave. I guarantee you the moment that he shows in the wave, Roar is going to hunt him down. But this Alchemist could be in a world of hurt. Clove. Found him. There's no BKB on this Alchemist either, so he is stuck. And your best chance of winning this game is like slipped between your fingers, I guess. Fortunately, Pandawa don't have the tools to win, I don't think, at this point. I mean, you know, every game of Dota is winnable. You can come back. There are teams that have come back from worse than this, but when you're down 20,000 gold with an Alchemist on your lineup, and the guy that you gave Aghanim Scepter to is 2-8, like, let's be real. You know what I mean? Just the numbers are not adding up to a favorable conclusion for your team. When you take a look at the statistics, when you take a look at how the game has been played, when you take a look at the feel, everything is in the favor of Roar right now. It's all Roar all the time. The longer that you stay in the base too, the less money you're making, the less experience you're getting. Just really like a problem, I feel. How do you solve it, right? How do you solve these situations? I think Pandawa have a couple of options. You know, you can get the BKB on Monza, get a BKB on Void Spirit. I think this Konda into or Sanjin Kaya issue is just Sanj Kaya. When you're this far behind, rather see a BKB. You know what I mean? Like a BKB will change the fight. A BKB will do something. BKB will, you know, enable you to do what you feel is best. But the moment that you don't have one, and you like get used up in the air and stunned, and then I don't know, stunned again and stunned, or you have to endure debuffs that you don't really want to, game gets hard.
Radiant's courier has fallen.
And the game is still getting hard. Second Roshan win, you know, I assume win probability when you have this far of a lead with Roshan at 33 minutes is like a lot closer to 100% than you can probably imagine. Genuinely don't know how exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you come back. Pandawa, I think, just needs to take an incredible team fight. Like, one of the best team fights you've ever seen them take. Middle tier 3 tower. Under siege, but they get the call. And there's a Hex. Again, just continuing with the harassment right now. Dream Coil down onto 2 on the back line. But here comes Monza on the side. They do find the support. The silencer is caught. Egg is committed as well. SS will get picked off. And Kismet looking for that angle there on top of Himmel. One last right click, can't quite get it. Get lifted back, and that will be the Aegis of Immortality claimed. Buyback coming in from Himmel as well, but here comes Kismet. They buy back the axe. SS coming in. Can he get the blink up in time? Yes, he can. That's going to be a triple kill for Butterfly Effect. The buybacks are just coming now. Was there a buyback on the... No, there wasn't a buyback on Butterfly Effect. Didn't think I'd have to pull up the buyback status at 34 minutes, but here we are. Yeah, one more call again. Nice dispose, but the global silence comes out too late. They are going to look for an angle here on the sideline. They got the shackle down, and the BKB is going to be able to get there as well. The Dream Coil finds an angle onto both the Alchemist and the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, Axe playing with his food, chops it down, and Ollie VB just walking around and waiting for the... He's just waiting to die. Oh, he's gonna live. Never mind, he doesn't live. Well, you know, I'd be surprised if Pandawa did not call it here, but this is one of those games that I think is a statement for Roar. Yeah, you lose the first game of the series, but when you have this amount of resilience to be able to, you know, you lose game 1, you start, you know, the laning stage was good for game 2, but then, you know, the early game was really bad. Kismet is having a hard time. How do you come back into this game? There's an Alchemist on the enemy team, and GG is called. Himmel throws in the towel at this point, does not want to continue any further, and I don't blame him. They don't have a fortification. So we're going to be going to a game 3, guys. Honestly, a little surprised, you know, a little surprised. That was just a game that I felt like Pandawa 5 got outclassed. They got outclassed. And sometimes when you get outclassed, you just have to say, oh man. You know what I mean? Ah, shucks. Some things that I felt like they could have done better. Biggest thing in my opinion is you gotta give your Alchemist a clearer timing. I think if Alchemist isn't the highest number hero at 20 minutes, your team is doing something wrong, not just the Alch. And also, you need to have your mid. You need to enable your mid somehow. I think if you're Alchemist this game, you have to give the synth Aghanim Scepter to your Marcy, because Marcy at that point was like 9 and 3 or 9 and 4 or something like that, and Void Spirit had 1 kill or something ridiculous. So it was like, you know, your first eggs is super important. Butterfly Effect had a flawless game, didn't die. 1000 XPM, second most damage on the team in the game. You know, Kismet died a bunch of times. You know, terrible KDA. 3, 7, and 19 is not good as a carry, but let me tell you something. Didn't matter. SS and Butterfly Effect were coming in, cleaning it up, and doing the big stuff, the good stuff, the right stuff, and we're going to be going into Game 3 stuff here after this break.
How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Gonna superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing real flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart's so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control of this paradise with honesty, but
Welcome to Game 3 between Pandawa 5 and Roar. We got ourselves Lunar Horse Trophy Season 7 fully underway, and I am so excited to bring you some more of this Dota 2 action. I am Plate, and we have ourselves some more of the same, some less of the more of the same of the same of the more of the same, but some new. Now, obviously, when you pick a hero and you don't ban the Rubik, and Rubik is, well, actually, when you pick Jakiro into Rubik, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. I already heavily dislike this Pandawa 5 lineup, because if you give Rubik Ice Path, you're asking to lose.
Let's go!
Now, the wind in this situation will likely be played 4. Could see Harim play it, and then obviously Olivia B is going to be playing the Jakiro. Now, my problem with how Pandawa 5 are drafting,
10 seconds to go.
you've gone double support, and then, you know, you pick your 3 and then your carry. And what happens when you, and also, same thing with Roar, when you double pick supports, which is generally frowned upon in the higher levels of Dota, what happens is you kind of start shoehorning yourself. The supports are meant to help your team, and having the right support in the right lane and for the right game is just as important, if not more important, than the core, because they don't need items. If it's a good support game, like if it's a good Rubik game, you don't need a blink for it to be a good Rubik game. It's not a good Rubik game because of the items you're getting. It's a good game because you get level 6 on Rubik and then you still black hole or something, right? Like that's the kind of thing we're looking for in terms of, you know, being able to pick supports later. Now, when you pick supports early, it's because you want them for specific, you know, you think that they're really good in the meta and you're worried about them getting banned. So I understand that the first pick Rubik was in play, but to counter that with Jakiro Wind, you know, give a Rubik power shot and or any assortment of Jakiro spells, I don't know, man, that doesn't seem very good. The other thing that you have to reconsider is that Enchantress does make jungling by the axe a little tougher, but you know, Pandawa 5 have done what happens normally, which is we just lost to this kind of strategy, so we're gonna do it ourselves. They pick the axe, they pick the Kez, could be a mid Kez actually that they've decided to go for because the Roar banned the Huskar and the Viper, so they don't want to put the Amber Spirit into either of those lanes, which is fair. You don't want to play into stuff you don't want to see. Either of those lanes, I should say. Apologies. See what Butterfly Effect and company can cook up here. Necrophos. So is this a carry Kunkka? I mean, you could do carry Necro. We have seen it. You know, you go Radiance and then you run at the enemy team. Timbersaw is gonna get picked up here, and that will put the Timbersaw mid. No, offlane Timber, mid Axe, carry Kez, and it's going to be a carry Necro, offlane Kunkka, and a mid Ember Spirit. Now, is this a weird draft? Yeah. Is it a weird draft by both teams? Who's to say? I think I don't know exactly how this game is going to play out. Like, carry Necro is something that I used to play a lot, actually. And the reason why I used to play this Necro and don't anymore is that Necro is the kind of hero that kind of falls off a little bit the later the game goes. It's not the kind of hero that
If I were you.
can push a building. There's some severe tower pushing problems for Roar. But you do dominate lane really hard as Necro. That's kind of the thing that I've been looking for in a lot of carries, is how much can you dominate lane and how much can you just like take the game over. Necro is the kind of hero that can and will do that, obviously. If you have enough money. Probably going to see a Radiance build up on Necro this game. I do think that a Mage... Oh my gosh, that voice crack. Mage Slayer buyer was probably
It's
better
almost
this
time
game.
for everybody to die.
Could maybe consider something like a, you know, Monkey King maybe. Would have been a better option in my opinion. But Monkey does... No, Monkey into Timber Saw is tough. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this Necro is the right call. Maybe you have to go for more of a magic damage dealer. Couldn't have picked Muerta into Axe. It's just
Let's begin.
too tough. Yeah, maybe Pandawa really, you know, made it impossible to pick a good carry. But, you know, mid lane Axe. So, the problem with mid Axe is that you only do pure damage. Battle Hunger does pure damage, Spin does pure damage. So you're not going to be able to cut off Flame Guard on Butterfly Effect. If that is what Butterfly Effect chooses to go for. You could also go for 4 points into Sleight of Fist, which is pretty common. And this is something that we typically see from Ember Spirits when they are laning against melee heroes. They will just put on the Flame Guard and go to work. And maybe the thing that I don't like about level 1 Battle Hunger on Axe specifically is you kind of just struggle. Like if you have Spin, yeah, sure you push the wave in, but you know, Butterfly Effect can't trade with you. Yeah, level 2 now, WTS is just able to chase Butterfly Effect down and pop a salve. But having your soft cancel is probably a pretty big deal in this lane. But that being said, you know, you're not really the best use of a, you know, bottle on Axe. You're not the best ganker as an Axe. You're not the best. Yeah, you're just really like not good at doing anything besides soaking up all the farm in the mid lane. And I think that's where Butterfly Effect can kind of turn the table on this matchup and just say, hey, you know, sure you're going to get some sort of CS advantage, though he doesn't have one right now over Butterfly Effect. He will after this wave, but, you know, the thing you can kind of advocate for here for the Dire is you've got something nice going for you. In bottom lane, they're going to find the first blood. Monza will pick up a return kill onto Clove. Gets him with the stun. And one more right click will kill the
When
Rubik.
you get to hell, tell him a bird sent you.
Take a look at the Necrophos up top, and you can see kind of the reason they picked the Necro here. 2 points in your heal, and a Timber Saw, you know, any melee hero you pick is just really going to struggle. 16 CS is 16 stacks of the Necro heal that you get, on top of the healing that you would get from, you know, the Death Pulse anyway. Just so much healing on this hero. All this harass that you would normally be doing with like Power Shot and whatnot is really not going your way, but here they go with the dive. The Death Pulse is going to come in and get the kill, but there's so much HP on this lane with the Nature's Attendants, with the, you know, healing you get from the Necro. He's full health already after diving and eating Tower Shot after Tower Shot. Kismet in a great spot, as Axe also in a pretty good spot. Butterfly effect really just has to sit back and slight blast hits. Not the thing you want to be doing as an Ember Spirit, but hey. It's going 1-2-2 as the build. I wonder if, you know, the build up of 0-4-2 is dead. You know, that was a build that the skill build that we have been seeing on the Ember Spirit recently. It was just maxing Sleight of Fist. I guess in this game you're just worried about the damage output of your Sleight. There's not a lot of really nice ways of getting that through, so Necro is, again, happily free farming at this point, but Himmel got the pull across. Oh, Enchantress is being very annoying with this creep. Definitely cannot trade anyone, and here comes the Necro. With the possible dive on Himmel, he's gonna get Death Pulsed. Timber Chain down to the low ground, but I think Kismet's gonna find him. One more Death Pulse is going to chase him all the way up to the high ground. He's got another Timber Chain. Oh my gosh, it doesn't kill him. I thought it might have killed him, but yeah, Necro's going to go for the Radiance build up here. It's probably not a Nullifier, though it would be very funny if it was. Not that it would do anything. And yeah, Kismet top of the net worth right now as bottom lane Kez. Unfortunately, Monza eats too much damage. All EVB has been putting a lot of resources into stopping Butterfly Effect from getting these runes. Very important thing to invest your time and resources into, but it does come at the cost of kind of taking time away from your carry, as Garum can't get away. Lloyd healing himself up a little bit. Here comes the Scythe that won't get the kill, and instead they're gonna find a double dunk.
Dire structures have been fortified.
Nice rotation. WTS. Getting pickups where it counts, but the Kez has to be worried about his positioning in this situation, though he will be okay. There's not a lot of burst damage here on the bottom lane. Looking for the kill onto Clove, who took one too many tower hits and will die. Here comes Axe, the mid laner, by the way. On this position, they're not going to get the stun on the Torrent. SS now stuck walking on the wrong side here. Wants to get that level 6. Maybe can make something happen here if he gets one more kill, but as the server dies, oh good, a server crash. Amazing. I'm going to assume that he dies. I'm going to assume that Kunkka's dead. He doesn't make it. Definitely not the kind of start that you want, but technical difficulties abound. Besides the point, we're loading back in now. Been a really dynamic game. Another kill happened while I was gone. Take a look at the graph here. Oh, it doesn't show us if the Kunkka died. Very cool. And yeah, you can see Himmel was struggling really hard in that lane, so he's just kind of forced to walk around and get last hits wherever he can. But it's really hard to do against a Enchantress. Lloyd is going to be able to heal himself up. Take a lot of damage though. Not enough. However, the Nature's Attendants end. Okay, never mind. He played a little bit too much. He played a little too much. Never mind. That's a big kill. No TP available for the Timber Saw now. The Fade Bolt comes in time.
Radiant's top tower is being attacked.
Monza's just eating damage, man. Second in the net worth though, I think Necro has a better time farming jungle camps though. Curious to see what the itemization is going to be for Necrophos as well. Are we going to see a BKB? Are we going to see, Aghanim set their heart with the new heart on Necro? The Aghanim Scepter is a lot better now. Shard obviously going to come into play. Be surprised if Shard wasn't purchased after Radiance, to be honest with you. And Kez coming in. SS now in some trouble. The Raptor Dance comes in. Bo will help him for a second, but that's not enough time to afford him his life. Kismet just coming in. I don't think he can quite get the ultimate down. He's gonna try to. One more Death Pulse. Never mind, it's the Impetus that gets the kill. Gonna walk over to the Secret Shop, get this, first item up. Away we go. As Axe still does not have a Blade, or the Vanguard finished. Coming in, they are going to get the stun, but it's only going to be on the Walnut as Clove walking away. Kismet coming in for some heals. Clove is so dead. It is not funny. That's okay, I feel like Kismet's pretty happy with all this that's going on right now. I would assume Butterfly Effect is too, but there's a double kill happening. Not a lot of respect for the damage that comes out on this hero. Nice double, 4 points Battle Hunger. That is the most effective damage that the Battle Hunger will do at this point. So when you max it early, yes, your farming speed sucks for it, but your kill threat on max Battle Hunger is quite good. The movement speed slow plus the damage adds up into more of a, I don't know, I guess a dynamic kind of middle laner where you have a BKB piercing stun on a pretty low cooldown, a nuke to finish people off and secure last hits, a farming tool with the spin, and obviously a damage over time with the Battle Hunger. Overall, pretty unique set of abilities when you're considering it's the mid, but will Pandawa be able to play with the Axe the longer the game goes? Are you still gonna see like Blink Blade Mail on Axe? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Butterfly Effect is in this top lane. Rune, Olivie eats a 4-man gank. Everybody is available for more into the mid lane. Taking this tower will unlock so much of the map. feel like the bottom tower is going to be the next up here if Roar end up taking this tower. But again, remember, when you don't have the tower push that you really are looking for here, pushing towers can be really awkward, especially if you kind of get stuck making awkward commitments here. The boat is going to be able to come down, save the Necrophos for some seconds, but not enough time. There's too much burst damage here. Clove getting chased down, Lloyd as well in some trouble. Butterfly effect picks up a kill on the side, however. All the cores are alive, but they can't chase Butterfly effect. And Necro, not enough HP in that situation. Only 1100, couldn't even get the wand off. I think if you get the wand off and the heals, like the Ghost Shroud plus the the Death Pact, desperately needs a shard, I think, and probably a BKB as well. I would be surprised if he didn't go BKB next item. A Necro. Obviously trying to think. Sanj Kaya could be another option. Sanj Kaya Necro is very good. Oftentimes, you know, with Sanj and Yasha builders, we have seen the Sanj build up. Or Battle Fury. Same idea with the Battle Fury. You need a stat item, you need a stat stick. You're gonna go for this Radiance. It's gonna go Consecrated Wraps next. That does help fix some issues. Here they come though, big rotation around. Necro's gonna get that full heal experience. They have the Mud Golem giving some vision for the Sekiro, as that is going to be a freebie. Permanent regen for Kismet. And yeah, this Radiance just makes this Death Prophet, or this Necrophos hero. I apologize if I've called Necro Death Prophet. They're similar heroes in my, like, aesthetically speaking, they're very similar heroes. Ghost person is how I view them equally. The middle tower goes down finally to the Blade of SS, the Tide Bringer. Bringer of the Tides. Oh my gosh, they found the Kaz. But he's actually able to get away. They don't want to commit any more than they have to. All EVB could be the, you know, consolation prize. What a shackle to start things off, as they are going to get the Ice Path down on just 2 as well. The full commitment is coming in on the backline, but they do get the shackle down. Himmel in some trouble, and here comes that X mark. Such an oppressive force of nature to deal with. Consecrated Wraps also finished on the Necro with the time to fight this over, but Lloyd with the big impeti gets that pick off onto the axe, and Roar Gaming are playing around this Necrophos, I think, in a way that is very surprising. I think it's really caught Pandawa off guard, but just like game 2, Pandawa are not taking the best fights. They don't have the best angles. You don't have a blink on axe. You have no initiation. You only have a Kaya on Timbersaw. He's not really the tankiest hero on the map. And the Butterfly effect only needed a vessel. Kismet finds another kill in the bottom lane with the Reaper Scythe. Gonna get the shard next. But again, this guy's Consecrated Wraps. It's hard to kill him. It's even harder to lock him down right now. But it's WTC they want to go after. They got the taunt on the Necro, but again, the Wraps are doing too much work. So are the Impetus, all of EB, again getting picked off on the backline. Butterfly effect has his number. And if you want to take this fight to Roar Gaming, you are going to have to bring the numbers. This is not enough. It's not enough. You need to bring everybody if you want to take this fight, but the problem is Necrophos is the worst hero to initiate on in the history of Dota. I say this every time there's a Necrophos in the game. Necro is the worst hero in Dota 2 to initiate on. The worst. Because what happens if you don't kill him from 100 to 0, which is very hard to do, he will turn around, Death Pulse twice, pop Ghost Shroud, get back up to full HP. And because of the damage that you're going to be taking from the Radiance that he's got to you, by the time that he drops Reaper Scythe and his team respawns and just dumps all their spells in the Reaper Scythe target and you get the kill, you're back up to full health. And they want to get this Necro Hero again, but they are going to find the burst damage down on top of Monza. The bait was cast. The play was set up, but Himmel turns around. Clove takes a lot of damage here, but they do get the X mark back. And unfortunately for Himmel, the kill on the Clove is the only respite that they will get after that. And I think Himmel will take, you know, take that. Oh, Lloyd also dies bottom lane, but here comes Butterfly Effect looking for that return kill out onto Hein, but nice play to get Ember Spirit locked into place. Does not have, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have a Remnant. He's baiting around right now, kind of looking for something, but, you know, can he get caught here with the dunk? Kind of wondering what he was doing out there. Uh-oh. Guys, I think we're lost the server again. Amazing. You know, when you're casting Dota and you kind of get these technical difficulties, which are completely beyond your control, by the way, it's just not something that you really can make any use of. What are you supposed to do? There we go. Hello, welcome back. What happened? What did I miss? A team fight? It looks like SS died. Olive B is gonna die again, man. Every time I look at the screen, Olive B is dying. He's just accepted his fate at this point. They're gonna TP down bottom as well, looking for this axe. They will get the dunk down. Kismet doesn't quite find the angle as the TP out is good. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on the Scytherino. But again, I'd love to tell you guys what happened in the interim, but for the second time in a row, the only thing we're seeing when we come back is a death on the Jakiro. Take quick stock of the itemization here. Monza's got the Manta Style. It's got the Mage Slayer. This is not my favorite itemization. I am not a fan of this. In my opinion, Manta Style is not it, Chief. Not this game. You want to give less stuff. You know, the more things you give a Necrophos to heal off of, the worse it is for you. Your Manta Illusions are just going to be food. You know, plus 2 regen and a team fight, 2 stacks of regen. It adds up.
Tower is being attacked. Dire's top tower is under siege. Radiant's middle tower is being
This
attacked.
Radiant middle tower continues to be besieged, but
Dire's bottom tower
you know,
is under
not a lot of tower push still. Lloyd is building Aghanim Scepter. I love Aghanim Scepter on Enchantress. It's no secret that this is my favorite core item, or item you can build on an Ench that turns yourself into a core. I like it better when you can coordinate with your team to build a Bloodthorn. You know, build a Bloodthorn on someone. Not that anyone on Roar is really going to do that.
middle tower is under attack.
I also like the fact that Necro did end up building the TP boots. They are going to get this dive in. Tidal Wave back, but Kismet needs some help. He got caught with the shackle. All of you in the back line needs more help even still. It's a slight... He does have to deal with everybody coming in. The taunt is coming out as well. They have the damage, and it's a full team wipe against Roar. A high ground defense, an unlikely hero, and a hopeful Radiant team walk into a bar, and what do you get? Well, you get this dire team that can't take a building for crap. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Pandawa have something to live up to. Certainly not the high ground fight that you want to go for, I think, if you're Roar. Obviously, hindsight is 30-30, 20-20, 10-10, whatever you want to call it, Ben 10 even. But you desperately can't... Wait. The worse your high ground, the more you need an Aegis. You know what I mean? Like, the worse it is for you to go high ground, the more you need something to help you. You need the banner, something else. You don't have a TP on your Necrophos for a little bit, but here comes the smoke play. Maybe they can catch someone off guard and they're going to be able to find Lloyd, but here comes the counter. Oh, Torrent coming into play as they will find the cleave down to pick up one support for one support, but maybe Monza wants to say something about this team fight that's happening in the bottom lane. Necrophos is here with the TP. Kez with that BKB available. Root is down on the sideline onto 2. They get the S.7 down on top of the Necrophos, holding it back for a little bit longer, but here comes Monza. Invisibility equals invincibility at this point of the game. Nobody has detection. And Necrophos not able to find the Reaper Scythe on his target, but you do open up the bottom lane for a push as a 3-core on 3-core team fight might approach on this high ground once again. Was the BKB committed? No. No. And there's no BKB on Timbersaw. Though he does have the money for it. I do think it's worth buying it at this point, but maybe they feel like, hey, when you're this late into the game, you know, the buybacks, the BKBs, you gotta be wary. I'm not... Okay, so here's what we can take out of this. It's really just Necro against the whole world right now. He's got himself tagging himself there. Massive pickup, by the way. Gonna get the BKB next. I personally would prefer the Heart. I know Heart is not, you know, typically purchased at the highest level of Dota 2, but hear me out. When you have the Aghanim Scepter, I think there's a lot more value to it. And it gives you like an extra free 60 HP regen. That increases the lower you are, by the way, which also helps on Death Shroud. There's just such a synergistic item with the Necro. I think there's just too much value in it. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Would love to see a little bit more from Butterfly Effect. I think his net worth has really struggled up. Get out of here. Same thing with the SS. I think the biggest reason why Roar aren't dominating this game right now is because their cores are just a little bit too underfarmed. Everybody from Pandawa has been like, come back, accumulate that gold, accumulate that gold, accumulate that net worth. But when you know, start winning those comeback fights and the rubber banding starts to happen with the net worth, you get a lot of money for those, you know, killing sprees that you were giving out. Now, unfortunately, Wind Ranger is pushing the wrong tower. That will give a pleasant amount of net worth to the Ember Spirit here. The other thing I like is the fact that Necrophos went Stormcaller. I think that's a very wise decision. And they will pick up both supports. Okay, so if you want to go high ground at this point, Roar, you probably could. No Macropire for the push, no power shot to deal with, you know, deal with the creep wave. And yeah, we're seeing the Necro now walk up. I mean, WTS just walks in and rips a taunt. I don't think that was necessarily the wisest decision. Maybe there's some merit to it, I'm not quite sure. Instead they want to get on top of this Necrophos once again, but they are going to be able to pull back Monza. He's invisible. Invisibility equals invincibility at this point still. They get the Axe Mark down on top of the Axe, but that's not the target. Instead, they force the BKB from the Timbersaw, and everybody's got to get away here. Necrophos walking in the middle of everybody. The boat is going to be able to come down. Lloyd gets picked off, and they're just going to keep ignoring this Necrophos, but they will get the Reaper Sight down, and with that, his damage output randomly is going to be doing so much work here. He does get the Ethereal off as well as this. Unfortunately, Monza, I think he's just going to burn away to this Necrophos damage. It's double kill for the Necrophos here. He's doing so much work. The Silence is going to be able to clip down on top of this Timber Site. He did buy back for this Timber Chain, interrupted with that Torrent, and Butterfly Effect is doing his best to keep everybody away. The Root is going to be able to come down from that slight chains as well. Himmel getting chased here. Do they have another X mark at the spot? They do. Himmel got killed off. That is a dieback. Here comes Axe though. Maybe looking for an angle. When your mid has, you'll set the Lotus Orb Consecrated Wraps. But what is your damage? How are you killing this guy? I don't think you are. I don't think you have the damage right now. You needed the Macropyre to hit the call. Still looking for something here as they are going to be able to get the Shackle down onto into the Ice Path, but Axe yules himself up into the air again, looking for this call, man. He can't quite get it. It's still on cooldown here. They're just going to chase him down. He doesn't have the HP to deal with this random amount of damage that's coming out. And I mean, they're looking for the Lotus Orb. The Repel is going to be able to get there, and that Shackle is coming down. Once again, the chains are there, and Butterfly Effect with the double kill at this point. This is just... There's so much happening, but at the end of it all, you don't even crack... You don't come close to cracking the Aegis. Kismet has his heart finished up now. Hot swapping the TP boots in. The creeps are pushing in mid. The creeps are pushing in top. The creeps are going to help take this tower as well. Lloyd might have to be a little bit careful here. I don't think they have the damage though. Instead, they're looking for a kill here. Giving some vision up into the high ground. Did they have the Reaper Sight? Yes, but no detection. I think going to the tower is a little ambitious. Again, you do have Aegis, but at one point, do you have to say to yourself, hey man, what are we doing here? And instead, it looks like Roar Gaming are just going to go for this tower. But the respawns are back. One last oorah from Pandawa to see if they can get themselves their first series win here, as they are going to get right on top of Lloyd here with the Macropyre. Ice Path is down. That is so much damage to work with. Burst him down very easily, and they also turn their attention down again. The supports just not finding any way to keep themselves alive. They are going to rip the buyback on the Rubik once again. Kismet coming into play here. We'll see what Kes can do. Onto SS in the back line. They are playing underneath their vision, but it's the Necrophos who also has to be dealt with. They are going to rip another buyback onto SS as Clove getting chased down. Monza wants to find this guy. He's a problem, but they don't have anything left in the tank. Monza, in that 1v3 situation, not able to get the kill that they needed, and here comes OliDB next. Kismet walking into the fountain at this point. They are going to get the chains down and the buyback on the Axe. Maybe this Aegis is a little bit too much for naught. It's going to expire in 1 second, but they lift them out. Aegis expiring here at this point, but they will get a really nice Ice Path down. Too much healing coming in as well. I just don't think they have the damage. Rocket Dance is coming through as well, but a double kill for Clove. Kismet gets another kill. He's going to be able to continue to heal up through all of this damage. It's just the supports that the GG is going to get called here. There is not enough to kill the stupid Necrophos, the carry. Easily the MVP of this game, took the most damage in the game, I assume by far, and also likely dealt the most damage, again by far. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Whew. I am of the opinion, I don't think Necrophos carry is good, by the way. I know, like, this game, it did 60,000 damage, tanked for 60,000 HP, and did 9,000 building damage. I get it. I get the Necrophos, and the Necrophos also healed for 10k. I get it. But what I am, what I just think the problem was for Pandawa, you didn't have any damage, man. Where's your damage coming from? Uh, like, the thing about Timbersaw, right? Timbersaw does quite a bit of damage, and Kuz does quite a bit of damage. It is burst damage, so you do have an option of you know, bringing Necro down. And I think, but the problem is Axe does nothing to Necro. Axe literally does, Axe does negative things to Necro. He's a strength hero that wants to be next to you. It's, you know, literally the thing that Necro loves is just people that want to be right next to you, right? And it was a dream game. Now this is the kind of game where if you had a better support, like if you had a Shouter Demon to purge the Necro, this game and to save from Reaper Scythe, where Necro wouldn't have had a game like this, right? And instead, the supports were just 1 in 13, 1 in 8. It was Ember Spirit hunting the supports down. Look at his kills. 5 on Wind Ranger and 5 on Jakiro. Literally his whole game plan was hunting down supports. And Necro, 6 kills on Timber, 4 kills on Kez, 3 kills on Axe. It was very clear the distribution of damage that was being dealt here. Butterfly Effect, you kill the subs, Kismet kills the cores, and Kunkka helps facilitate both. So it's like, at this point, what do you expect, I guess? It's obviously shout out Pandawa for making the game a little bit more competitive, I think, than what we were intending. I think it was a good series from Pandawa overall, but ultimately you gotta have a little bit more in the tank than this game. Mid-axe is too dank. Doesn't work. That's okay. Game, or the next series is going to be coming up pretty soon after this break. You won't be seeing me though. Atolchus is coming back, and thank you so much for having me again, Cringe Station. We'll be seeing you very shortly. I'm headed out.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I
Welcome back to the Lunar Horse Trophy Season number 7. Savage Wolves versus Carstensz going at it in a best of 3. As Carstensz are playing with one stand-in, but the rest of their lineup is pretty much there. Meanwhile, Savage Wolves, they may have changed their names, but again, it is the very same lineup. Slardar, Windranger, Puck, and the Clockwork playing on Savage Wolves side. Meanwhile, Carstensz have the Lone Druid. They get away with that one, and they also have the Lich, Murtha, and the Void Spirit available for their lineup. Again, it does seem like it's a good setup that they do have with the LD. You even have that Frost Armor from the Lich to protect that bear. And then you have the Murtha of all heroes. I imagine this should be a support Murtha, because where else will the Lone Druid actually play? So they have to pick up their offlaner now. Savage Wolves have already banned out that Tidehunter. At the same time, Savage Wolves have to also decide if this Windranger will be a core or a support. I would actually imagine that the carry Windranger is pretty good against the Lone Druid, simply because now you need for the Lone Druid to actually build up one more item, right? Then the bear needs an MKB against the Windranger. Or maybe even the Nullifier, actually. To be fair, the bear is a natural Nullifier builder. The Lone Druid does like to grab that one up.
10 seconds remaining.
Savage Wolves do have
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I really do think that this should ban out that Underlord. Simply take it out of that pool entirely. Doom is also going to be banned by Savage Wolves, and you do need some way for disabling the kind of roots that can come in, any kind of offlaner that can disable you down. I would imagine the Dawnbreaker is pretty good for Savage Wolves as well, particularly when the Slardar jumps in, when the Puck jumps in. You want something like a Dawnbreaker that can have that counterplay potential with the Lone Druid available for your lineup. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. Carstensz.
Radiant team ban.
They ban out the Terrorblade. Interesting ban there. So they're expecting this Windranger to be a support and not a core. The only other hero that I think actually does really well against the Lone Druid, if not the Windranger, it is the Murtha, but that is quite clearly not available to Savage Wolves. So are they really going to play this Windranger as a support? I would be very surprised if they actually do go for that. Carstensz, in the meanwhile, they have the last pick for their side.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant remaining. Team pick.
And they actually go for the axe. This is something that they tried last time they played, and in fact we saw an axe for all 3 of those games from in the previous series. Maybe Carstensz were doing their homework there at how Roar Gaming were actually playing against Pandava. But Savage Wolves, their last pick is now going to be on the board. I do wonder what it is they're going to be going for. It's going to be a Necrophos, so they really want to take out that bear. It will be a Windranger as a support. Rondaboy, their carry player, is going to be picking up that Necrophos, and DCMG is going to be playing the off-lane Slardar, and then you'll have a mid-lane Puck. Carstensz, in the meanwhile, they do have Dreamocell as their carry. Of course, he's going to be playing the Lone Druid, and then I would imagine that this is going to be Salamat on the Void Spirit. I will take a look at who exactly is their stand-in player, because Saime and Ace, they are so it should be wait, Saime. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Saime is playing the axe. The Lich is being played by Ace. I imagine. Interesting. This is so with their stand-in, they might actually be shuffling their support positions around, because Ace is supposed to be their position 5. Sorry, Ace is supposed to be their position 4 player, but he's playing the Lich, which I imagine would be on as a hard support. And all the meanwhile, Murtha is, of course, a soft support hero on a position 4, pretty good there. So they do have to shuffle that around. I wonder if that is going to affect their lineup and how they actually present themselves. But we'll see what exactly the case is going to be.
Prepare for battle.
A 3-man move coming in. They probably want to move towards the gate, if I am reading their move correctly. And with them moving through the gate, they might be able to... There's no one there for them to catch, is the thing. Right, so of course they don't know that. This is probably a good move that they can make, especially with the axe, with the bear, as well as with the lich. The slow coming in at that level 1 mark, 25% movement speed slow, coupled up with the battle hunger, which is an 18% slow. It does seem like whoever you catch is going to be too slow to actually walk away. At the same time, we do see Savage Wolves make a move of their own. Now the logos, apparently they're not in, so I will plant them down from just my side. There we go. As we do seem to have a bit of a contest, it's the Void Spirit who is going to get caught actually, but Clockwork also taking in quite a bit of damage. It's the Clockwork who's going to actually fall first. DTMG landing down that storm, but Rondaboy will get traded out as well, and the Slardar has to back away. Carstensz able to pick up 2 very quick kills, and actually able to find, well, the first blood went to the Lich, but Dreamocell was able to pick up a kill on his Lone Druid too, so that is, you know, that does do pretty well for their side. You want the bear to actually snowball, get as much farm as he can in the early phases of the game, where you have that Spirit Bear running around with those 5 slots, you know, tilting players left, right, and center. As I wonder how many of you have seen that clip of the Lone Druid actually taking out Ame and then he just GG's out. That was certainly an interesting moment to see in the pro scene at the tier 1 level. But the Lone Druid is very tilting, to be fair. Like it's a hero that is kind of absurd in the way that he plays. As Rondaboy, Battle Hunger is a pretty good ability, and when you open up your Ghost Shroud, you know, you take additional magic damage, but the Battle Hunger is actually pure damage. So I don't know if that damage is going to be amplified on the Necrophos or not. At the same time, it is pretty good against the Axe, just simply by being able to use your Death Pulse. You Shroud in, you use your Death Pulse again. So you have 2 pulses that will heal up anyone, as there is going to be another play. Saimi is going to spot the move thanks to their Mortha. We're using the calling, and Rondaboy is going to take a bow. Not the way that you would want things to start off, especially against a Spirit Bear. You need to be able to create some kind of tempo of your own, and you are playing a Necrophos that isn't really supposed to lose the lane. But at the early levels, the Necrophos is always going to be a hero that does have its vulnerabilities, does have its weak side. And the Clockwork, you need, quite frankly, you need levels to be able to actually dominate the lane for the Radiant side here. Clockwork needs levels, Necrophos needs levels. That level 2 Death Pulse, when it does come about, is pretty good, right? 160 damage, 90 HP heal, and then the Clockwork can actually go for the level 2 cogs, which burn away 80 mana, double the amount of mana of that first level, and that's truly when the Morta's mana is going to get burnt away, or even Saime's mana can just get burnt away there. So they do have, you know, some good moves when they do hit those timings. At the same time, mid-side, Mute is looking for the courier, wasn't able to find it. Salamat was able to move his courier away. For 3 right now, as again over on that boss side, Rondaboy No Death Pulse available, and he is going to go down. Clockwork not in position to actually help out his carry. As that is an Axe that is 1-0-3 right now. Necrophos doesn't even have too much CS to his name, so this is a completely lost lane for Savage Wolves. Like, it has just reached the point of being unrecoverable. Unless they're able to make some kind of plays, but even then, it seems a bit hard.
Sympathies.
DCMG dishing out his sympathies, but I don't think the other side needs them, quite frankly. It is Carstensz who are going to pause the game. I guess they are having some Discord issues, but the go call will be sounded out as those issues seem to have been fixed. Discord has those issues sometimes, I will say that. Discord is kind of, I mean, it's really good. It's really convenient. It is my work app for casting, of course, but it's, sometimes the voice, it does seem to cut off. Especially when the server is a bit wonky, or you're playing with players that are all around. For Carstensz, they have multiple players. They have some players from Mongolia, some players from Kazakhstan, so. And they have Dreamocell, who is, I believe, don't quote me on that, but I do believe he's from Indonesia. DCMG doing okay on this radar. Still, it's the lost hits that are worrisome. 15 CS for the DCMG, 15 CS for their Necrophos, and the Puck is the only one who is at the top of the CS chart. Mute playing the Puck versus the Void Spirit certainly does help him, because there's not too much the Void Spirit can actually do, but the pings are coming out over on the About side. Mortha saving her calling for now. Void Spirit comes in as the Puck goes out. Ace was able to spot out Clockwork actually moving in. Dreamocell needs to break those cogs in order to help out his Lich. As the Clockwork should actually fall here. He is slowed down, but DCMG, he's moving in with a crush, and Ace has nowhere to go. Teleports coming in from the Mortha, but DCMG will be able to pick up that kill. Dreamocell, though, will be able to fight back. Able to find himself with a double kill as DCMG walks away from that position. All they really got was just one Lich. And to be honest with you, that's not good enough. That is that is a shaky exchange. You don't actually get too much at the back of that. Over on the bot side again, as soon as they move away, it's Dreamocell now with the Lone Druid level 4, applying the root on that Clockwork, but the Death Pulse needs to be considered here, as Dreamocell will lose his bear, but will just resummon it. Now this Clockwork and Ronda Boy are being pushed back, and with that Catapult, Dreamocell will be able to take out that tier 1 Tauber, as even towards that mid lane, Mute actually died. Tauber will not be denied, and neither will Carstensz. As the Battle Hunger gets applied, Mortha with the Death Shot brings Ronda Boy up close. He does have that Ghost Shroud and will be able to activate it. The only question is, can they actually keep themselves alive in this position? Doesn't have the Reaper's Sight, stuck in between 3 entire heroes, will fall alongside his Clockwork. A 3,000 in net worth advantage in favor of Carstensz, as it really does seem like this 9-1 kill feed is completely a one-sided game, right? And it's not even, you take a look at the heroes available for Carstensz, sure, they're plenty good, right? The Axe plus Mortha is great, but so is the Clockwork and the Necrophos. This Axe should not be getting this much done in the lane. 33%. who doesn't have the wind run, so that's at least one support hero which I do not think should actually go down. Who I think should actually not go down, but I could always be proven wrong considering how quick Carstensz are actually playing. A 3,000 net worth advantage for the side of Savage Wolves or rather, sorry, for the side of Carstensz, as they are leading the tempo by quite a margin. Rondaboy has no space to farm. He wants to get to that Radiance, but quite frankly, this will be a very late Radiance. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's pushed past that 16-minute mark, as really, they're gonna look for him again, but choosing not to dive at tier 2 tower is probably the right call for the Berserker's call. Mute has that invisibility rune as well as a dream call should his life be in any real threat. As the clockwork Void Spirit is gonna jump in, Clockwork is gonna get hit by the Ether Remnant, and Mute is also gonna go in. So the Clockwork won't really be able to make it very far. It's a Chain Frost drop down on Mute. He is silenced down by the calling, needs to be able to find a way out, will be able to jaunt away, as only the Clockwork actually falls here, but Carstensz, they come in pretty quick. Mortha, or rather the Wind Ranger, is going to take a bow. Mute is there, so maybe with Rondaboy's Scythe of Wise, they can actually find the kill on the Void Spirit. The Scythe is not going to be successful, but the follow-up damage from the Clockwork is going to secure the kill on the Void Spirit. The only real problem is the fact that they're going to lose 4 entire heroes at the back of that. Carstensz with a triple kill for Sai Mei, and quite frankly, this is now a 5,000 net worth advantage at the 10-minute mark and is slowly approaching the possibility of, or rather, the probability that you won't be able to come back from this kind of disadvantage. You take a look at that Necrophos, he has almost as much net worth as the position 4 Mortha. And the position 4 Mortha doesn't really have much in this right now, right? It has that first component of that Rod of Atos, just playing with one Staff of Wizardry as well as another Talisman. That's it. Mute is not going to be able to make it out. His Illusory Orb was on cooldown. He is going to actually take a fall.
Radiant's top tower
I came a long way to see you die.
You deserve nothing.
I came a long way to see you die.
Power Shot is going to come in. Ether Remnant is going to be planted down by the Void Spirit, as they will be able to walk away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
There it goes.
The coin of the realm.
Radiant are scanning.
Ether Remnant is going to be dropped down by the Void Spirit, as a Clockwork is probably going to be safe here. Void Spirit is one of those spirit heroes that does really lacks damage early on. Even at the back of his spells, it doesn't really, affect anyone that much, especially a Clockwork, who is quite tanky early on in the game, or rather from the get-go, right? 1200 HP to play with is without any HP-based items. Magic Wand is, of course, going to be giving you those additional attributes, but that's just about it. Shield Rune available for the Void Spirit, as 33% is just going to eat a Frost Blast and is going to go down. Now a Death Shot comes in too. Clockwork will be able to make his way out, which is, I suppose, pretty good for him.
Middle tower is under attack.
And it's off.
Mute is going to jaunt away. And will stay alive. 7,000 of a lead right now as this voice, or this Puck, is gonna be stopped from his teleport. Now, DCMG did find a kill on Ace, but Mute is possibly going to be the casualty. In response, he goes down. Or rather, he actually stays alive. It's going to be Sai Mei who'll actually trade the Slardar for the Lich. As, again, that's not a worth it exchange, particularly when they disable Mute's teleport as well. That's 100 gold that's wasted. He has to buy another TP scroll.
Radiant structures are
Town
fortified.
portal scroll. You would imagine a TP means teleport, but no, it's a town patrol. It's the same as, you know, from the origins of Dota 1. Of course, some things don't need to be changed. Mute needs to farm. This is going to be a game that is going to get very hard, particularly with Dreamosel in possession of that Maelstrom already. At that 14-minute mark, has that Blade of Alacrity, and in fact, his second component, or what? He has 3 entire components of the Aghanim Scepter flying in for his Spirit Bear. He just needs that point booster. He is nearly 3,500 net worth ahead of the Necrophos, who still has yet to pick up his first component of that relic. His camp is also blocked, so much to his dismay, he'll have to teleport towards that bot lane to continue his farm. But it does feel pretty awkward. $8,000 of a lead right now.
Dire are scanning.
Axe goes in for the Berserker Squall, revealing his Blink Dagger, but is unable to actually catch that Puck. It's a Clockwork over on the side that is going to get caught and has no shot in hell of making it out of that position. Wind Ranger 33% also slowed down by that Frost Armor, the Battle Hunger, just everything, and it's just going to get dunked. 2 very easy kills being acquired, even though Sai Mei failed to catch that Puck. It's still going to result in 2 kills on the supports as well as a tier 1 topper, and at the end of the day, as long as you get an objective, it doesn't really matter who who you're able to target down.
Tower is under attack.
DCMG has his own blink, but quite frankly, with Dreamosel in possession of that true form, Slaughter can't actually activate, or rather, he can't actually get the kill on his own. He needs some additional assistance to come in, as Sai Mei will make up for that lost call by finding Mute in his side of his own jungle. A pleasant surprise for them, one that they'll take happily as they take down the mid laner. And now the response, or rather, is just the bear, which is gonna get taken out, but Dreamosel has another Spirit Bear that he'll immediately just resummon. And even though the level 10 talent did get changed, you no longer have that decreased cooldown for the Spirit Bear. It's 120 seconds flat. DCMG will be able to blink away, and the axe will not be able to find him in the call.
Arcane power.
Mute will be able to get away. Meanwhile, Void Spirit is gonna get crushed. Now, Mute does have his silences, but didn't actually use it. And the Puck is going to realize why you should throw everything you have in a scenario where you're this far behind. That will be a hard lesson for him, as DCMG does go in for a backline crush. The Clockwork also dives in, but they haven't been able to take anyone down. DCMG will just fall to the Dissimulate, as even the Clockwork is going to get cleaned up. And in the end, they do find the one Mortha, but at the end of the day, it's still a 3-for-1. It's 2 cores for just the one support. Doesn't really feel like it's a... I mean, when we talk about an advantageous position, right, or an advantageous trade, in a scenario where you're behind, finding, you know, you're losing more than the other side doesn't actually have to mean you're behind on the trade itself. But if the very heroes that need to catch up are the ones that are actually going down, that trade is never going to be worth it, regardless of the net worth advantage that the other side possesses, right? If the Puck and if the Slardar are the ones who have to play catch-up, but they're the ones actually dying, your lost core, your third core, isn't there in the fight. He's not getting anything. So, it just doesn't work.
You deserve nothing.
This pleases me to
Dire are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed.
Good try, little bro.
33% goes down on the Wind Ranger. And Ronda Boy gets taken out by Dreamocell by just his bear. That was just a bear. Over on in the jungle, meanwhile, DCMG and the Clockwork are on their little adventure, but their adventure is going to come to a grinding halt as Dreamocell ends their life with a triple kill. And quite frankly, I don't know how much of a beating can Savage Wolves take in this scenario. Mute is gonna get hit by the call, and that will be the 4th casualty. It just seems like they're lost in the woods, lost without a purpose. And there's a very clearly defined role by Carstensz in this game. They are responding to the moves, are responding to, you know, where you have to fall back to find just narrow spaces to farm in. That's kind of what Savage Wolves are trying to do. But Carstensz with the Spirit Bear as well, right? They are so good right now at just mitigating, or rather closing that kind of a gap that Savage Wolves are trying to create. They're able to find them in the narrow pockets of farm that Savage Wolves present themselves in. Finding the Puck is easier said than done, as the Clockwork is going to get picked up too. Is going to fall. Dream Coil is used, but it's used to actually get away. Mute, though, is still going to get rooted as the Ether Remnant catches him, and he is going to die. Savage Wolves, 17,000 of a net worth disadvantage at DCMG. He goes in 33% for the focus fire. They'll be able to take out at least one player off the map. It will be Ace who loses his life. Tormentor, though, is going to be up for grabs as Carstensz are going to move in towards that objective. They should be able to find it with the Lone Druid Bear as well. All the meanwhile, the actual Lone Druid Dreamocell continues to farm away with 3 Ironwood branches. But that's pretty much okay. As Savage Wolves, they go for a smoke without their puck. Right, this could work out. Well, I don't see how it will work out for them, as it'll be the Clockwork who gets picked up first. A very easy first skill to find. Scythe is not going to be successful, but it does take out the Mortha. At the end of the day, though, how many losses are they going to bleed out in this scenario? As the Wind Ranger, 33%, is never going to make it out of this position alive. He will also go down. Mute, looking for the amplified damage rune, will be able to find it. But you can't actually use that rune. You can use it to farm, but you can't use it to get kills. All 3 tier 1 towers for the side of Carstensz are plenty healthy. The mid, or rather actually the mid and top lane towers aren't that healthy. But how do you push against them with an axe on the other side? With a constant call that can just come in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
Tier 2 tower is going to be taken out. Top side, the puck is going to jaunt away. Saime does go in, has that frost armor on himself. DCMG is going to look for a backline stun, but the Mortha was able to activate the whale. And DCMG is a goner. Just going to get dunked on the head by Saime.
Radiant are scanning.
Dreamcell doesn't really have to fear for his bear, as it is Rondaboy who has to fear for his life. Frost Chain is also unleashed, as the Sinister Gaze will catch Rondaboy. He'll use his scythe, and that will actually take out the Lich. But these trades, quite frankly, have never been worth it from the very get-go. As soon as the game started, the trades were just completely one-sided. 33% is going to get caught by the Remnant anyway. Even Mute actually went down towards that backline as he was looking to cut the wave near the tower. But again, that's the threat of the axe is always present, as that is essentially a full team wipe on to Savage Wolves. And in the end, 25 minutes in, they're knocking on your high ground from Carstenz's side. And what is going to be the response? Your heroes are down for about 20 seconds. Sure, you have the Dream Call, but you won't actually have the Reaper Scythe.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
They'll glyph this out as DCMG shows no signs of actually pursuing that defense.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And in the end, the barracks will go down.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Acts like this very much. Arms for the dead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan also up for grab. Or rather, the Aegis. Response is coming in though. However, Rondaboy gets called by Saime. There is no follow-up though, so Saime is gonna eat that site potentially, but still won't actually go down. It'll be Rondaboy who'll get dunked. 4 heroes will go down without Carstensz dropping a single one, and 33%, he's just gonna call GG. Carstensz are going to be able to acquire the first game win in this best of 3, and it will be the side of Savage Wolves who are now going to have to try and find a way to make that comeback in order to take this one to a game number 3. It does look very hard though. It really seems like an uphill battle. Quite frankly, Savage Wolves were being outclassed across each and every single lane. Mute was having a good time on the puck on the mid side against the Void Spirit, but even he went down to a very simple rotation coming in from Carstenz's side. And you also get away with a lone druid pick, right? It does feel like a lineup that is supposed to create tempo was unable to create tempo at the back of just a complete collapse of their side lanes. Of course, guys, there can be adjustments made, right? There can be plenty done about the kind of situation that they find themselves in. Can they actually find the right approach? Right? Can they find the right draft? Can they ban out the lone druid? Of course, that one is very simple, right? But can they actually pick a lineup that works for their own side? Because then, if you play for tempo, you need to create tempo actively. Tempo is never created passively, and if you can't, then go back to a fallback strategy where you find some farm. Of course, guys, we will be taking a short break before we find out whether or not if this will be just a clean sweep or if Carstensz will be pushed to a game number 3. Savage Wolves 1 game down. They need to fight this uphill battle. With everything they have, don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and we will be back with Lunar Horse Trophy right after a short break.
10 seconds remaining.
Welcome back, guys, to the Lunar Snake Trophy Season 7. Carstensz up one game against Savage Wolves, who have decided to switch up their draft, mind you. They are now going to be playing with an Alchemist as a carry, a Queen of Pain, which is probably the best hero with a carry Alchemist. You give her the Scepter, suddenly she runs. She starts playing, you know, I'm coaching... I'm coaching the ENC roster for Team Pakistan, and one of our players, we were you know, having fun in one of our games, and we tried the Queen of Pain and the Alchemist, and the statement, or rather the thought process, was that the Queen of Pain just starts running her own mini game after that point. Like, her just starts doing side quests at that point with the Aghanim Scepter infused, the Scream of Pains, or rather the Shadow Strikes coming out. You literally start doing your own thing around the map. Lich plus the Lion do pretty strong supports, I would say. The amount of magical damage plus the fact that Frost Armor is super good against that Tiny. It's a good setup, right? As soon as the Lion gets the blink, you jump on the puck, hex him, Finger of Death, Sonic Wave, enough damage to actually take him out. At the same time, they also pick up the Doom to make sure that Carstensz can't actually grab that against the Alchemist itself. Of course, there are still heroes you could go for. I would imagine, again, I keep bringing up the point about the Underlord. It is a pretty good hero, but no, they will actually go for the Dawnbreaker. Interesting pickup against the Doom, which simply because there is no healing available from, you know, towards your allies if you Solar Guardian on top of a Doom target. You can still counter initiate, you can still land your stun, which goes through BKB immunity or debuff immunity, and you know, you have your Celestial Hammer, your Starbreaker, and whatnot. So you have a potential for a counter play even if you come in to try and help out your Doom target. And then you have the Puck, you have the Rubik, which has, I mean, amazing spells to steal this game. The Doom, the Chain Frost, or even the Frost Armor, the Finger of Death, Earth Spike, Hex, Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave, all of those abilities are fantastic from the Rubik. So I would actually imagine that this is going to be both simultaneously a lot of pressure on the Rubik, as well as the fact that the Rubik, you know, probably the Doom is the biggest spell to steal. You steal the Doom, you send it back towards the Alchemist, or even plant it down on the Queen of Pain. You steal the Chain Frost, you send it back. You steal the Sonic Wave, you send it back. So I would actually say that Carstensz have a lot of damage built into their draft, but I would say that this is a 50-50 draft if you can make the Alchemist work. They weren't able to make Ronda Boy. They didn't have a game where Ronda Boy worked out with the Necrophos. Alchemist is a much weaker laner compared to the Necro, and you are again playing into a very strong offlane by Carstensz with the Dawnbreaker as well as the Hoodwink. So it's going to be a bit of a question mark, or rather it's actually going to be the Dawnbreaker plus the Rubik, right? Not the Hoodwink. The Hoodwink this time around is going to be a position 5 hero alongside that Tiny. Again, sure, the Hoodwink isn't traditionally a position 5, but the Tiny is just super hard to take down. He has too much HP, and I would actually say that a Tiny, you know, you kind of, with the Bushwhack setup, with the Acorn Shot, with the Tree Toss, you can even use the grab up the tree that the Hoodwink plants down with the Acorn Shot, right? You can even use that tree grab mechanism. So that's going to be there. All the meanwhile, I will turn up logos as well for all of you. There we go. As a full 5-man smoke comes out, and Carstensz, they're not going to go for the same strategy they did last time around by going, or rather just running towards that topside gate. This time around, they will play it defensive. They will play it conservative. Maybe they've decided that the level 1 fight for them isn't as strong as it is for the Radiant side. But both of these two teams are still going to converge. Their smoke is going to break. DCMG, though, activates his Scorched Earth. It goes towards that high ground. Blood Grenade gets sent out as the Bushwhack catches both the Doom, but it's Saime who's going to be in trouble. He lands down on his hammer, but Wolf actually fall. The rest of Savage Wolves, they are pretty darn low, with Mute not having a blink available. He is going to go down. 33% as well as the Lich now are going to be in trouble. Bushwhack isn't going to land, though, even if he throws it. Oh, no, he actually found it at the edge. Dreamocell needs to throw down that tree on that lion to slow him down, but they'll decide that the 3 kills they were able to get are more than enough, and I would happen to agree. It was the support lion who picked up first blood. Meanwhile, the Puck got a kill, Ace got 2 kills, and a 3-for-1 exchange is never going to work out. In fact, they might actually have to give up 3 entire bounty runes, as Ace is able to pick 1 up. Dreamocell will be able to pick up yet another kill on that lion, the only casualty, and Roshan will actually take away Dreamocell. So at the end of the day, they lose a lion for nothing. DCMG did not get any experience at the back of that. It was a deny. Even in fact, they lost 20 gold. It's a more than 1,000 net worth advantage away of Carstensz, as game number 1 has just started. That is definitely going to be hard to come back from. Ronda Boy will throw out his concoction to do what it can, but it doesn't really do all that much. Considering that Saime is also playing a very tanky hero. 800 max HP for the Dawnbreaker. Sure, right now he's on only at about 400. But does heal up pretty fast. Ronda Boy. On the Alchemist is going to be lifting the Alchemist back. It's the Rubik who did the lift, as Ronda Boy takes in quite a bit of damage, doesn't actually go down, and now with the Lich actually having the level 2, has enough to skill up his Frost Shield. I would actually imagine that is the one he should be going for. Rubik in the meanwhile doing okay so far, as the Puck might actually fall. That is going to be Mute, demonstrating that he too knows how to play that mid lane, able to find a solo kill for Savage Wolves. He was the only one who was having some semblance of a laning phase last game, and this time around, he is coming in with quite a bit of anger, quite a bit of, I would say, motivation to find that revenge for his team. And you can absolutely carry this game if you're the Queen of Pain. You're playing against 2 melee cores, melee cores who don't really do all that well if they're being kited around, and I would imagine that this is a pretty successful build-up. Lion plus the Doom in that kind of a scenario. Or actually, there's going to be a bushwhack, just bringing DCMG down low. They don't actually want to go in for the kill. They kind of just want to poke and prod the bear or the Doom in that regard. It's going to be the Lich who is going to fall, lifted back for Saime to secure that last right click with. And 2-5 now on that kill feed. Ronda Boy is unable to find his farm on the Alchemist. He only has about 13 CS, and again, if you're looking for the Radiance but you're getting it past that 16-minute mark, I'm not saying it's going to be the same case because he hasn't actually gone down all that much. In fact, it'll be Dreamocell who'll actually fall. Great pickup coming up for Savage Wolves. However, they will still lose both of their supports as an Acorn shot takes out the Lion. Ace is able to find a double kill, but the Tiny didn't actually get any of that gold. In fact, the Tiny got no experience at the back of that either. It is Saime in a bit of a bind, but the Alchemist lift is going to be there. Saime, though, might actually fall, but he'll actually turn it around. Ronda Boy trying to make his way out. Saime did walk out very far away, and that means that Saime will fall thanks to a rotation coming in by Savage Wolves position 5. The Lich will be able to acquire a double kill on their safe lane, so these supports are the true MVPs of this laning phase. Ace on that top lane, meanwhile the Lich and the Lion to share that award for their performance in this laning phase so far, keeping Ronda Boy going, and this is the adjustment that they needed to make in the previous game. Or rather, in this series, right? With Ronda Boy struggling in that previous game, now they're actually playing around him. Now they're actually adjusting for the kind of tempo that Carstensz bring in. So let's see how Carstensz actually adjust for this. And previously, Simon walked very far away while his Celestial Hammer was coming off of cooldown. And, you know, sure, you're not going to be able to see the Lion come in, but either you decide to go back or you decide to go back in. And if you decide to go back in, and if you decide to keep that as an open possibility, you don't want to walk too far away from the range of your Celestial Hammer, right? You want to stick around close because the Alchemist would have actually died there. Mute is going for the Soul Ring.
Handsome devil, aren't I?
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Rock'em sock'em. I gambled. You lost.
One player disconnected currently. It's the Lion, who isn't here right now. It's a Hatchet. It's Bury the Hatchet from their side that needs to reconnect. Hopefully he'll be able to fix whatever issue is going on. I can understand that because as I was casting the previous series, for those of you who were here, my electricity got cut after months of not having that kind of an issue. And even though I do have an emergency supply, it is a bit frustrating, right, when that kind of thing happens. I moved into a studio for casting because I am full-time in Dota right now, and my studio doesn't have the uninterrupted power supply, the UPS. I need to get that one connected so that even if there is an electricity cut, it doesn't affect the stream.
Kill the dead. Watch your step. It's 6 feet
As
down.
the not so savage wolves, that was actually very clever. You know, Meaty coming in with that comment. I would actually agree with that assessment. As it turns out, even his electricity is having a few issues, but he is going to be able to reconnect back into the game. That is the good news. And teams do have their 10 minutes of pause time, right? So they should, that is the contingency. That is because it is an online game at the end of the day, right? So you have to have that kind of reservation for every team out there in a fair way that enables it. It's even in the pub games, right? When you have a pub game, you disconnect, your team can pause for you, and you can't resume for 2 minutes. So 2 times 5 is 10 minutes, right? It's the same for competitive games. or like compies, you know. DCMG is a bit alone over here, as both supports are over on the bot side, and now they do know this on the side of Carstensz, right? They knew that the Dawnbreaker obviously knew the most, where he went down to that Lion rotation, so they know the Lion actually teleported towards that bot lane. So either he comes in through the gate, which is going to be, and he's going to be spotted out by this observer ward.
You precious weak thing.
In which case, they'll have free hits on DCMG, but he has the 2 bracers as well as the magic wand. I don't know if they'll be able to take him out. As an avalanche is going to come in, Bushwhack will also land. Acorn shots are going to be there, but DCMG will just be able to run away. At the same time, towards that bot side, Rondaboy once again in a bit of trouble, but Saimei is the one who might actually fall. Lion trying to go in, has that Earth Spike available. Saimei is going to get stunned up. One more hit by Rondaboy will be enough. It'll actually be Hatchet who takes him out, but then the response that comes in from Ace will mean that both Rondaboy and Hatchet are the ones to fall.
It's how I live.
Mute. Again, doing very well on the Queen of Pain. Rotation is coming in from both Ace as well as the Lich. However, Sonic Wave gets sent out. The Puck is able to dodge that away with the phase shift and will be able to jaunt away the Lion. Hatchet unable to actually clear out the Puck's position, as now the Puck can actually go back to the fountain. It's not that bad. You have the illusory orb, so you actually make your way back to the fountain pretty fast, even without the boost of speed. And all the meanwhile, you leave Ace to acquire experience on that mid lane. He's very close to his level 6, despite of the fact that he's a support, simply because he is 5-0-2. He has half of the kills that Carstensz have been able to find.
Someone's been looking for you, Pat. I got a message.
Topside, they don't need to do, but they have the Lion, they have Hatchet nearby, as Dreamocell has enough mana for an avalanche, but is surely not going to be able to stay alive. Hatchet able to pick up the kill there, as he also absorbs the damage of that tower, uses the Earth Spike as the creep wave comes in, so they want that catapult to dish out as much damage, but it will be DCMG who falls to a Fade Bolt. A very anticlimactic kill. And really, I don't know what to say. I really don't, because that additional 200 damage or 100 damage on that tower is simply not worth you losing your offlaner over. Especially to a Rubik, who just comes in, uses the Fate Bolt, and suddenly now he's level 6 at the back of that Shrine of Wisdom. You take a look at these supports, they're both level 4 on the Radiant side. Meanwhile, the Hoodwink is about to hit his level 6, the Rubik is already level 6, and he wishes that the other side had their finger and their Chain Frost up, because he could then steal them. This is one of those unique scenarios where the Rubik's level 6 is actually going to be mitigated or less or weaker because the other side doesn't have as much experience than him. Like, that's just insane when I think about that out loud. Rubik is coming in, has that spell steal. Dawnbreaker is nearby as well. Rubik activates his Chemical Rage, so even he has plenty of HP regen kicking in, but he is a bit surrounded. Now, I don't know if they'll be able to take him down, though, is the thing. Fade Bolt also being sent out as the Dawnbreaker Saimei looks to get the kill on the Lich. The Urn will secure that kill. As the Rubik, again, he is pretty much A-okay. In fact, he is more than okay. He'll be able to replenish most of his HP, as it is the Lion Hatchet who is going to go down. One last swipe with the hammer. And now they turn on towards Rondaboy, whose Chemical Rage has now worn off. They take out all 3 heroes over on this bot side, so suddenly the tempo, it kept on being generated, and the Radiant side simply collapsed. They tried to target down a Rubik with the Chemical Rage on, and sure, that's not a great offensive spell, but that's such a good defensive spell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Solar Guardian is gonna come down towards that top side as Dreamcell was not really in danger. But why not get a kill on DCMG? Why not just immediately teleport towards that bot lane as the Rubik is trying to fight back against the Alchemist, but Mute is going to come in. However, is going to get stunned up, no blink available, and will fall before she can use her Sonic Wave. In fact, it'll be Rondaboy who'll fall as well. 4 heroes not alive on the map as Carstensz are just running the other side over, bulldozing them. And they'll be able to find this tier 1 tower with the fact that Mute is down for about 13 seconds. The Alchemist isn't going to respawn for about 10 seconds either. It's a very easy tower to take down.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And you do have the Doom up. You do have the Lion nearby. He just doesn't have his finger. Needs one more creep to be able to acquire that, but the Avalanche goes out. It is going to be able to spot out both heroes, applying that Bushwhack. Hatchet is going to fall, but uses that Smoke of Deceit to turn fate around. It's a projectile, and projectiles do get dodged by using the smoke. Dream Coil planted down on Mute, and he throws out a Sonic Wave in response, but might actually be able to survive here. He does have the blink, but the
middle tower is under attack.
Distiller is applied on him. It will still be Hatchet who actually loses his life. The first Doom use of the game is not going to result in a Tiny actually dying, and that is a bit of a disaster. That Doom could have been the turnaround factor against Carstensz, but now you don't have that. Frost Armor comes in by the Lich.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Queen of Pain blinks away, but Ace is there. Illusory Orb also comes in alongside that silence. Solar Guardian is coming down, and the Dream Coil is going to hold the Queen of Pain in. Can she blink away? It will not be possible. Mute will go down. And again, he's one of the only ones that actually has some semblance of a game right now, but even he too will fall behind the Alchemist, who isn't going to have as late of a Radiance as he did last time around. Rondaboy will be able to acquire that at around that 14-minute mark, is farming away in the jungle nicely. And maybe if you're able to give the Queen of Pain the Scepter in time, you can do something about this. But the timings, quite frankly, have been missed a bit by as far as finding the pickoffs go. Finger of Death has not been successful. First Doom use of the game has not been successful. You've lost your tier 1 tower towards your safe lane, and you are guaranteed to lose your tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. And you really do need to try and create some tempo, or you're just getting run over all across the map right now. The Puck
Dire are scanning.
is moving around. They also use a Smoke of the Sea. This is quite clearly for that 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom. JCMG will be on that low ground, but will get spotted out immediately. He'll realize why he shouldn't be here, as he is going to take a bow. No one is coming to save him, and he can't outrun this. At the same time, they do find Sai Mei. Now the Puck is teleporting towards this bot lane, as they really don't want to give their Shrine of Wisdom up. The Puck will not be able to make it inside of that position, but does manage to use his Dream Call. And now, Dreamocell is going to come in with a 3-man avalanche. A Bushwhack found on the remaining heroes, as both Rondaboy and Mute are going to die. Hatchet was smart enough not to follow his team into their demise, as he will be the only one on their team to actually survive this onslaught.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I go at will.
Goodness.
They do see the Lich, but I don't think they want to make a play for him. Why not make a play for Hatchet though? One hit from Saime would have been enough, but Ace doesn't want to give that kill to his offlaner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lich. He'll have the distiller applied, and the Puck is just going to go in for a very easy kill. Run the boy now doesn't actually get hit by the Dream Coil, but it is a 10,000 net worth advantage in favor of Carstensz right now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And really feels like it is a bit hard for them to be able to do what they want.
Goodness.
Mute farming away in whatever space he can. He's already used his blink. An avalanche is going to be sent out. He's going to be tossed up into the air, and Dreamocell will be able to pick up a solo kill. The rest of them are not going to be so lucky on that bot lane either, as the Solar Guardian comes in. The Puck will still lose his life as Salamant goes down. At the same time, Saime, it's a return Chain Frost being sent on towards DCMG. He does have the Doom available, but they can't actually continue the fight. They only have the 3 heroes here. Or rather, it is a 3 for 3. So you could drop down that Doom, but no Finger of Death, no Chain Frost. And DCMG being on half-life doesn't actually help them in that cause.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Dreamocell. Silver Edge plus the Echo Saber. Wants to go for the BKB first before he goes for the Hurricane Pike. Probably the right idea, right? The amount of magical damage on the other side is something that needs to be considered. Bushwhack doesn't cast the Queen of Pain, but it does cast a Lion. As the Puck's is going to move in, a few easy swipes will be enough. DCMG was looking for the Doom, but is unable to use it. And that Dream Coil actually reveals the Corp's position on the top of that high ground. An easy Bushwhack found. A very lucky coincidence for the Puck, but results in a kill regardless.
Goodness. Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is hunting for the Alchemist. They'll be able to find him. Solar Guardian is going to come in for good measure as Rondaboy will fall. Doesn't even have the first component of the Aghanim Scepter. Hasn't given one to his team either, as a Lich will go down to the Tiny.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The Lion has the blink and will actually make a play towards Dreamocell. They also found the stun on Ace, as Dreamocell is just going to walk away. In fact, he'll turn it around. DCMG now the one to get doomed up. He didn't use a spell after casting a Doom. And that is going to be an unforgivable error. That is something, the Rubik wasn't even nearby. The Rubik wasn't there immediately, as even towards that mid lane, the Cop is going to blink away. Uses the wand to survive and will be able to take apart that tower. At the same time, they are hunting for the Queen of Pain. Mute, though, will be able to run away. But the Lich actually fell again. It's a 16,000 net worth advantage. It's 9 for 36 on that kill feed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Only one tier 2 tower stands between Carstensz and a clean sweep victory over Savage Wolves. Or should I say not so Savage Wolves, as they really haven't been able to muster up any semblance of a comeback. Ace is 8-0 and 18 right now on the Hoodwink. Rubik has only died once, and sure, Saimei is 4-4, but Dreamosol is 11-3. The Puck is 6-2. The amount of net worth on the other side is just simply too darn much. As the Rubik is going to get hexed up, and now Rondaboy, he wants to fight back. Bushwhack is going to catch the Lion as the Solar Guardian is going to come down too. Chain Frost is not stolen, so they might be able to find the Rubik, but in the end, he does manage to find the Force Staff away to the other side. Still, he will fall. The only problem is Rondaboy has to make it all the way back into his own high ground. Mute has gone down to the Puck solo, as the Doom is going to be used by DCMG. He wants to take the Hoodwink down, but even that looks very unlikely. And now they turn it around on towards DCMG. Dreamosell not really wanting to target that Doom. He wants to go for Rondaboy. He will find the Avalanche. Bushwhack will be there alongside that toss. And Saimei, he will back away from that high ground, unable to secure the kill by himself on that Doom. But Dreamosell is coming in. Has the Avalanche, and as well as a toss. Now, he could have tossed DCMG outside of the base towards Saimei. That would have been the way to secure the kill, as Mute is going to come back, has that Sonic Wave available, wants to go for the Hoodwink. Misses the Sonic Wave, though, 33%. Now, he is going to fall. He is outside of his base. He is going to get hit by the Bushwhack, as Mute goes in with a Scream of Pain, is going to be able to secure the kill on Ace. But at the end of the day, you give up your entire team for just a support. And I do think that was just having a bit of fun before tapping out of this game. It did seem impossible. They were playing against a 96% win probability. And Savage Wolves, they will drop the series. Carstensz will be able to acquire what I do remember to be their first series win over at Lunar Horse Trophy. They previously played against Velocity Vikings and they got clean and they got destroyed by them. 26 minutes of a game number 2, 30 minutes of a game number 1. But this was their revenge. This was now them finding a footing in the group stage standing, because at the end of the day, the top 4 of this tournament are probably the strongest Southeast Asian teams out there, and Carstensz, quite clearly, they are, with the amount of roster changes that they're going through, with the fact that they've picked up a dedicated coach, Steel Borko, they have a dedicated manager as well. This is an organization that wants to have a firm, wants to plant their feet firmly in the Southeast Asian scene. How far will they go is the big question, though. For now, though, I will have to wish both of these two teams the very best of luck, as Savage Wolves, they do have a series win. It's not as if they're coming in without anything to show for. They have previously won against Satan 666, they've lost against Roar, and now lost against Carstensz, but still have yet to play 3 more series. Will they be able to what will they be able to do, right? That's the big question in my mind. For now, guys, this is going to be it for today, but something special is planned. We have 3 entire series lined up for you tomorrow. Do make sure to tune in towards Screen Station. Make sure to follow them on their socials. Make sure you can even drop, you don't have to make sure, but you can drop me a follow on my Twitter as well if you want to. For now, this is your host Ultras. I will be signing out, and I hope to see all of you later.